everyone. Day 4 of Donna Adelson's trials today, and I'm catching my breath a little bit because I was playing with my dog earlier. So, excuse me. Also, it's only Wednesday. Oh my goodness. I feel like this trial has been so long because it's so early. It's so early. The days are really long. You know, this is not Judge Canoni where they end at 4 o'clock. They have longer breaks. I mean, we do have multiple breaks throughout, but it's kind of just like us sitting here. Anyways, today we're going to go over the digital evidence. We're going to continue with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett. And man, yesterday was pretty wild. Today, they're going to go through evidence that links Donna Adelson, furthermore, to Charlie, Katie McBanwell, the Hitman. But you know who else they're also dragging into this? Wendi Adelson. You got to bet that Wendi Adelson is watching the live stream somewhere of this trial and taking notes. But you know who else is taking notes today? Harvey's also taking notes because I think Harvey realizes that, man, my name is showing up a lot more than I thought. Man, why is my picture up there? I think Harvey's taking notes because Harvey thinks that maybe they will go after him next. I don't know. I wasn't very confident that they're going to go after Harvey. I thought Harvey was just someone that just let Donna do all the work. And I feel like he for sure knew about it. I feel like he knew what the family was plotting. But I really felt like he was just sitting back and letting Donna take reign because that's probably how he was used to it in the relationship, you know? So it's a little bit interesting that Harvey's taking notes over there. I wonder if we're not going to see Harvey in trial the next, maybe towards the end or something like that. Because I wonder if Harvey's like, ooh, things are looking good. Maybe I should just go to Vietnam and just dip out just in case they come out after me. Hi, Shady Lady. Good morning. How are you doing today? So I've got all of the tabs up. We're going to go through the important parts of the testimony so far. And then we'll catch up. I think we'll just be about maybe like 20 minutes behind. We'll catch up and it'll be all good to go. Yes, my order just shipped. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys, a little bit of a distraction. So I hope you guys are doing well. Good morning. And I'm so glad that I slept in today. I was so tired yesterday, man. I was like a fucking zombie yesterday. I was like, I had a headache. I was trying to edit and I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not going to edit this video because I'm just too tired. And my brain was just like, hi, BetaBot. How are you doing today? Long time no see. I'm so busy these months. Well, busy is good. I'm glad that you've been busy. What have you been up to? Oh, sorry. Let me get my window to work. Okay, where are we starting with? So as we're going through this testimony, I'm going to try to explain things and link back to previous testimonies of other people because I know you guys, you know, there are some of you guys that are watching the trial from beginning to end and you're like really paying attention. You're taking notes like I am. However, a lot of you guys are kind of just watching it passively or maybe just have it in the background. And so I'm going to try to tie it to previous testimony and maybe like some other knowledge that I might have about it. Now we're starting with Donna's email because so far it seems like Wendi and the defense team are trying to say that, well, when Wendi's relocation was denied with prejudice, Donna didn't know that that was the end of it because Donna wasn't actually at the hearing. Donna was waiting outside of the courtroom, waiting to testify. Wendi testified saying, well, when the judge said denied with prejudice, I actually forgot what with prejudice meant. I thought there was a chance. And Donna's defense attorney was like, well, you didn't tell your mom about this, that it was denied with prejudice? And she's like, no, I didn't tell my mom. Which there's a lot of issues, a lot of red flags about that because one, Wendi went to law school. Wendi was practicing law stuff, you know, law adjacent stuff. She was like a professor. So you're telling me that Wendi didn't know what denied with prejudice meant or she just forgot? And not only that, Donna is so involved in Wendi's life. Donna was outside of the courtroom. You're telling me that after the court ended and she realizes that the relocation was rejected, you're telling me she didn't go outside and tell Donna what happened in the courtroom? You're telling me Wendi was just like, oh, well, better luck next time. All right, guys, let's go get lunch. And that's it. You're telling me that's what happened? And you're also telling me that, remember, Wendi has representation. Wendi's attorney would have been like, okay, guys, well, you know what? We tried. I'm really sorry that, you know, there's nothing we can do anymore. There's just so many things that just it's not adding up. So that's why Wendi, you know, I think they're going to come after you next. But this is an email that Donna sends to a friend. And again, this reinforces the fact that the family knew the relocation was denied and it's done for. That's it. And because of this, they have to do other things to try to get Dan Markel to relocate or get rid of Dan Markel so Wendi can just relocate with the children because then the Dan Markel barrier is going to no longer be there. All right, here's the email.
Yes. Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over.
I'll read the email to you guys. I think that's what I was planning on doing. So Donna writes an email to Barry and Vicky Kligerman. She writes, not in the mood to talk right now and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. And here's what Donna says. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We're all very disappointed. We'll talk soon. I promise. Love, Donna. Sent from my iPad. Now, when Wendy went up there to testify to say that she didn't know that the relocation was denied and that was it, that was done for, and that Donna didn't know about that, well, this email shows otherwise. So I wonder if Wendy didn't know about this email. And then later on when the email was brought up, Wendy was like, oh, fuck. Well, time to change my testimony for in the future then. All right, next one. Here's a timeline that they constructed showing that during the first murder attempt of Dan Markel, where the hitman drove up on, it was like on June 2nd, they went up there. But right before it happened, you could see the phone calls and how it's like, you know, Harvey calls Charlie and then Charlie, you know, calls Catherine. Catherine texts Sigfredo. You could see the chain of like how the communications went between the Adelson family, Catherine McBanois, the hitman, and then vice versa. So they're basically just having this timeline laid out for the jury just so they can see it. And I really do appreciate the visuals because it's a lot of people that are involved. I'm glad there's pictures on there. I'm glad it makes it easy to understand what the hell it is that's going on because, again, a lot of people are involved in this. Again, continuing with the timeline, this is the night before the hitmen were heading out to attempting to murder Dan Markel. And this is the one where they failed because they were following Dan Markel, but they didn't want to do it in front of the children, which is what Rivera testified to on day 1 or day 2. And then later on, they actually ended up losing Dan Markel. So they gave up and they drove all the way back down to Miami at the dismay of the Adelson family. This is a cell site location of the hitman. Again, hitman is very near Dan Markel, which is 2116 Trescott Drive. That's where Dan Markel lives. So it shows the cell site activity. It shows the rent-a-car location that the hitmen are very close to Dan Markel. And again, this is still on trip number 1. This is basically zooming the whole thing out. For those who aren't familiar, this is the map of Florida. And South Florida is right around down here. So you can see the hitman traveling up to Tallahassee. Is that my phone? Oh, my bad. I didn't silence my phone. I'm sorry, y'all. So this is the route that the hitman took and their cell site to track their drive up. Again, we're still on attempted murder 1. This is a little graph that they have showing the calls between each of the people. So you have Harvey here. Harvey is sitting in the courtroom, hasn't been charged yet. We have the hitman down there, charged, convicted. Catherine McBanois, who was the connector, charged and convicted. She testified yesterday. Charlie Adelson, charged and convicted, hasn't testified yet. Maybe he will. There's Donna Adelson right there. So these are the number of, I don't know if they're phone calls or communications, including like phones, texts, emails, and stuff like that. I don't remember. All right, next. Donna's text message about the birthday present. So just a little bit of an explainer. People were floating this theory that Donna, Charlie, Wendi wanted to give Harvey the best birthday present for his 70th birthday. And what would be the best birthday present? To have Wendi and the boys relocate to be closer to Harvey and the family. And how would they do that? Well, they would kill Dan Markel.
In Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip.
Okay, I swear I boosted the audio. Sarah Dugan, could you go to the microphone, please?
Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, In June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes.
Kind of weird that they're talking about this birthday present because Rob Adelson testified yesterday, I believe on day 3. Rob Adelson, the eldest brother, the one who basically distanced himself from the family because he thinks the family is involved in the murder of Dan Markel, he testified saying that, normally Donna's the one who's going to arrange collecting money from everyone so they can contribute to getting a birthday present. However, for this year, that didn't happen. And Donna writes, oh, we don't need a birthday present. Just want to have everyone there, all the kids there, And so he's like, okay, all right. However, we have these text messages between Donna and Charlie that's talking about working on Dad's birthday present.
So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's, okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day, being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
So they're working on the birthday present because the hit on Dan Markel failed. So now they're probably scrambling to figure out, okay, what can we do to make it work the next time? Again, this is the day after the hitman returned from the first attempt of trying to kill Dan Markel. This is like June 2nd.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an Evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay, and when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, a friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30.
Do you guys notice anything odd about this invite? Anything odd at all? A very friendly reminder, ... Harvey's big birthday hosted by Donna. Hi, Wendi. B and L, those are the names of the children. Adelson. This is a friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th at 7:30. Keep in mind that their last names were not Adelson during this time. It was Markel. Markel was still alive. It's almost as if they already knew that they're going to kill Dan Markel, and they've already plotted to change the last names of Wendy's children to Adelson.
p.m.
Okay. Was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her 2 sons, and listed Wendi and her 2 sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name,
These people just couldn't help themselves.
and Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry,
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
that's correct.
This last name change was planned, and they were already attempting to do this. All right, next we got Wendi sends Dan a text message. So Wendi leaves more digital trail. So, as we are sitting here for Donna Adelson's trial, and while I am very interested to see all the evidence piling up against Donna, I'm also very interested to see what the state has on Wendi Adelson, whether or not she was truly not involved and that her family orchestrated everything because they wanted to take care of her and they kept her out in the dark, or was she a lot more involved than people originally thought?
Okay, what message was found in the cell guide of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he
Now, just a refresher on the dates. July 6, 2014, Wendi sends a text message to Dan Markel. This is about less than 10 days before he gets murdered. Or actually, no, this is about more than 10 days before he gets murdered. So like a little bit less than 2 weeks. She texts him, "Are you in Tallahassee July 14 through 18? I just want to know if I can have the kiddos on the 16th. Thanks." Dan replies back, "Yes, you can." Now, if you look at the dates, July 14 to July 18. July 15 is apparently when the hitman rented the rental car. July 18 is when they actually tried to kill Dan Markel. It's almost as if Wendy's making sure that Dan Markel is going to be in the Tallahassee area. Later on, they're going to mention something about how it was kind of weird that Wendi sends this text message because it was already assumed that she was going to have the boys, apparently, on Wednesday or something like that.
Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
Yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, on the last sentence, I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July?
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier?
Correct.
So it seemed kind of redundant for Wendi to make sure to send this email or this text message out to Dan because, well, she was already going to get the boys on Wednesday anyways.
All right, so where was Wendi Adelson when she...
All right, now, what do we have with Wendi? Here is a map. Let's see. Oh, gosh. More Wendi stuff.
The residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right, what did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
So again, days before Dan Markel was murdered, she's already canceling cable. Why would you cancel cable? Why would you cancel cable to your house? So I don't know if cable is used synonymously like everywhere throughout the world, but cable is like, like your live TV. A lot of people don't really have cable anymore. We mostly just have streaming services. But, it's almost as if that Wendi knew Dan Markel was going to get murdered. That's why she's like canceling cable for her house because she's already going to plan to move to Miami. She puts this in the calendar. She puts it in the calendar, but just pin it for a moment there because something's going to happen to this cancel cable in her calendar.
Okay.
Or no, sorry. No, it was something else that she deletes. Okay, just kidding.
Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services?
Yes.
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Awkward Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
Oh, that's correct.
Yep. If you're getting ready for a move, you start canceling cable. Start canceling the internet services.
Kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. and then we find a text message chat that says, "Just tried calling you at 8:56."
And do they appear to meet?
So this is around the time frame of the second murder attempt.
As far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on.
Which is a month after the first murder attempt.
Ms. Magbanowa basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lived south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men.
Oh, just kidding. Sorry, we're at a different spot. So after the cancel cable calendar event, Donna sends an email to Wendi about the TV repair. Again, TV repair was seen to be used as code word for Dan Markel's murder. That is the state's theory. At this point, there's going to be a map of, okay, so we're around the time of the second attempted murder. And during this time, Charlie is going to go meet with Katie's home. And so they're going to have like a map of that.
And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m., Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Meg Vanoa's residence.
And after leaving the area of Meg Vanoa's residence that night, does Meg Vanoa contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Yep. So Charlie and Katie, they call each other. Charlie meets at Katie's home, and then Katie reaches out to the hitman. After this, Garcia, which is the baby daddy hitman, calls the rental car, and Katie and Charlie, they're having calls with each other. And then Charlie ends up calling the Adelson family. So you can see at the connector between how the sequence of the hitman, Katie again, Charlie, and then the Adelson family. At this point, the hitmen are going to be on their way to Tallahassee from Miami. They're going to have another map showing that the hitman is going to be near Dan Markel. Oh, I forgot to mention this during the attempted first murder. During that time, it was mentioned that when they rented the car, or sorry, it was Garcia that rented the car. They think Rivera was not there with Garcia at the time when the car rental happened. You know what happens after what happened after he rented the car to kill someone? He gets a fucking citation. Like, I think within 2 hours or something like that. So not only did you rent the car to kill someone, but now there's probably like police body cam or a citation linking you to you actually driving that car. Because later on, you know, if you ever get caught, you can say like, well, someone must have rented the car under my name. I don't know. Maybe they stole my ID. Maybe they have my information. But no, there's a citation that he gets. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a body cam footage of him somewhere where he gets pulled over. Now, I don't know if it was citation, like police gave him a citation, or maybe it was like a red light citation. I don't know. But it's just like so dumb. It's like you're not even being careful. It seems like you're just being so careless. This is the same guy, by the way, that discharged the weapon in the rental car. They also talk about how this first rental car seemed to have been similar to Jeff Lacosse's car, because that's Jeff's theory that he thinks Wendi was trying to frame him for Dan Markel's murder. And then there was some discussion between the state and the witness about how when people, I guess, like people tend to think that cell phones are more likely to be wiretapped than landlines, which I don't know. Cause like, you know, I've watched all the mobster movies, like they be tapping that landline too. But anyways, the state thinks that before Charlie barely called the family's landline number. However, when they were trying to orchestrate this murder thing, Charlie was calling the landline number more because maybe he thought that that was less likely to be tapped. I don't know. All right, where are we at?
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
All right. Next thing, more Wendi stuff. What does Wendi do?
Communications between our primary subjects. Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Why deleted Wendi? Why delete it? So we don't know when she deleted it. I wonder if, I don't know if there's going to like be another expert that can go into all the stuff, because can't they? I guess, but it was so long ago, and I don't think they have that it was so long ago. I don't know how Cellbrite was back then, because like now we know with the Cellbrite, you can show when things were deleted.
Okay,
but this is like 2014 celebrate. So that was like 11 years ago.
All right, so first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m. there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Okay, let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was...
Wendi seems to be the one on trial. Yesterday was very heavily focused on Wendi. I think the state wants to make sure that the jury knows that there was a very strong link that Wendi was involved and that her family was involved, the hitman was involved. So I think they're just making sure that all the links between everyone are just like strengthened. Because if they only focus on Donna and then like leave Wendi out, I mean, Wendy's a major proponent on this. So I think if they're tying in Wendi, they're also tying in Donna as well. But, you know, again, there's going to be more evidence tying Donna, I'm sure, later on down the road.
Was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Miss Bagbanoa. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna. Let's back up. So... yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Again, it could sound like the hitmen are on their way right now to help you with your issue with Dan Markel. Oh man, they thought they were being so slick.
Correct.
Why even text? I don't know. Why even? Oh gosh, they were just doing too much. They were trying to do like the TV shit, man. They were doing way too fucking much. Less communications, less digital trails. Come on, y'all.
All right. What's
This whole code word shit is just so cheesy.
next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating, "This is so sweet."
That's Wendy's text, y'all. This is so sweet. And this is a text message that Wendi deleted before the cell phone was given to law enforcement. Why would you delete this, Wendi? If there's nothing weird, nothing shady with a TV repair from Best Buy, why delete this? Why delete your excitement of your TV getting repaired, aka your... Why not just call? Exactly. I don't know. Because at this point, it's not like law enforcement had any... It's not like law enforcement would have wiretapped their phones during this time. There's nothing suspicious happening with the Adelson family in terms of like suspicious to other people, unless he thinks that Catherine McBanwell could have like been setting him up possibly, and they're just being really careful. But still, it's all text messages. Bad.
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before?
I mean, and didn't they have WhatsApp back then? Use WhatsApp. Call people on WhatsApp.
To celebrate that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and to celebrate that afternoon?
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay. And do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to say I'm hoping to pick the boys up for you this afternoon and get in shape and then have it ready for you around 4:30 or 5. From either at the show or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also love to chat to you about that situation for school and sort of stuff and all that. I'm going to see you at the gym.
It's Dan Markel's father, dude. To listen to your son's voice.
9:15 and 10:30.
Oh, shit.
But happy to chat. For a walk in school, just like that. Okay, bye.
What time was
It was kind of hard to listen to the voice message. I'll read it to you guys. Dan leaves a voicemail for Wendi. Hey, Wendi, it's Danny. Good morning. It's 9 on Friday. Just wanted to let you know I was hoping to pick up the boys early this afternoon and take them swimming. And then have them ready for you around 4:30 or 5 if you can pick them up from me, either at Truesdale or at Trescott maybe? Oh, Truesdale or at the house. So let me know if that is okay with you. And also, I love to chat with you about Ben's situation for school and birthday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym, probably cuts off. Damn it. and 10. I think he says 9 o'clock and 10:30. But I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for maybe lunch. Is that what he says? I think at the end. So at this point,
9 seconds.
Wendy's getting a heads up about Dan Markel's schedule, that he's going to be at the gym from a certain time frame, and she is going to call Charlie. She's going to call Charlie, and it's going to be an 18-minute call. Now, she testified yesterday saying that, oh, well, I was just calling because I wanted to ask about the TV repair. I wanted to know what the delta was, if it was worth repairing the TV versus just buying a new one. 18 minutes? Really?
After that.
So Charlie calls Wendi, or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel, saying the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay.
All my siblings would tell me, bro, just get a new TV. I think they purchased a Geek Squad plan during this time. However, because the TV repair was not repairing something that was a TV technical thing, it seems like it was broken because someone threw a remote or something like that and fucking broke it or punched their hand through it. So I don't know if that would even be covered under the Geek Squad warranty anyways, but I don't know if maybe they purchased the accidental plan. It's possible they could have purchased the accidental plan, and the accidental plan could have also encompassed if you accidentally punched your TV or threw something at it.
Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At 9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So, again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. And this is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendi responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19 and also at 9.
So Wendy's going back and forth with Dan Markel. She's combating Dan Markel's idea of taking the boys to swim and then dropping the boys off at Wendy's afterwards. So she's like going back and forth with him. However, after she has a phone call with Charlie Adelson, this is the 18-minute call that I was mentioning, something changed.
9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie. It'll last a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes.
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
Correct.
This is per surveillance footage from Premier.
Correct.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then?
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson.
So she concedes after talking to Charlie for some reason. It's almost as if she knew something was going to happen to Dan Markel anyways, and it didn't matter that she had to argue with him back and forth about what time the boys were going to be dropped off.
Does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot.
Wonder what Wendi and Charlie were talking about.
Thank you.
So the hitman, they follow Dan Markel. They're going to have like surveillance footage. They turned off their cell phone after leaving the gym, I think, before they were planning on murdering Dan Markel at his house, which is kind of like, you're like really half-assing it. If you want to really turn off your cell phone throughout the entirety of the trip that you took from Miami to Tallahassee. It's like you're following this guy from his house to the preschool, to the gym, and now you decide to turn off your phone. Okay. So they turn off their cell phone, they leave, and that's when they kill Dan Markel. At some point, the hitman tries to call Katie. Katie doesn't pick up. And then we're going to get into Wendy's drive route that morning after Dan Markel was murdered and why Wendi ended up at Dan Markel's crime scene house. Maybe this one?
All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna. Let's back up. So,
Oh, oops. I think is it this one? Is it this one? Maybe this one? I think it's this one.
her cell site is listed as the purple dot, and starts at 12:31. We can see this is slide 232 as we come down to about the.
So Aqua Ridge Way is where Wendi lives. Wendi had a lunch date somewhere. Can y'all see my mouse? There you go. Aqua Ridge Way. This is where Wendi lives. Wendi had a lunch date somewhere over here. However, instead of going west to her brunch date, she decides to go south. And guess who lives down south? Oh, Dan Markel. But Wendi was saying that, oh, she was trying to go to this ABC liquor store. However, you want to go to the ABC liquor store, you can just keep going all the way down. But no, she's like, oh, well, I decided to take a shortcut through Trescott where my ex lives to go to the ABC liquor store. And then you know what she did afterwards? She drove her ass all the way up here to where the brunch date was. Ma'am, why? I mean, I'm glad you did it because it makes you look even more guilty. But, ma'am, ay, ay, ay.
Middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35, and then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again that would be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 time frame, and being in the area of in this 12:47 cell site.
Keep in mind when she was interviewing the police the first time. That was the only time she interviewed with the police. The police didn't catch that her taking this route would have been completely out of the way. I wish they did. I wish they did. They were sitting with her for 6 hours, man. I wish they did. I wish they were like, actually, why did you decide to go through this way when your brunch is here and there's a liquor store there? Why? Man. Because now she's had time to think about it and answer.
It could be the ABC liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendi Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call
Kinda weird.
the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you?
Now, we had a testimony from law enforcement who was actually at the roadblock, and he said where he was at the roadblock, you would be able to see all the police marked vehicles at Dan Markel's house, like within that area. And so he actually did see Wendy's van pull up to where he was. And instead of like kind of like slowing down and then checking out to see what was going on, she came in really quickly, made a 3-point turn, and got the fuck out of there. In comparison to other people that pulled up, they were pulling up to the roadblock. They're like, oh shit, fuck, the road is blocked. What do I do now? Oh, I guess I make a U-turn. Oh, I wonder what's going on over there. It's like you're processing it. You're kind of like hesitating a little bit, and then you get out of there. But Wendi, it's almost as if she already knew what was ahead, and she wanted to quickly get out of there. And also, she would have seen all the law enforcement there. She knows that her husband lives there. She knows that the husband had the kids during that time. How would you not call the kids or the husband or the ex-husband? And you know what her excuse was when she testified on the stand yesterday? She said, oh, well, I was actually on the phone with someone. So what? Any parent would be like, fuck this phone call. I'm going to call to see if my children are okay, if the ex-husband, I mean, even if you hated him, is okay. But Wendi, no, she doesn't do any of that. Wendi she just hightails it out of there.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Listen, y'all, here's a PSA. It's hard to crime, okay? You might think criming is easy, but it's hard, all right? It's hard to crime. There's a lot of things you have to think about, and there's a lot of things that can be used against you, and there's a lot of things that you might think, like, for example, she probably got to the scene, she was like, oh, I should get the hell out of here before law enforcement recognizes me. But then she's not thinking about, okay, well, let's say if law enforcement did recognize me, what will be my excuse for being here, and how can I counteract that? Oh, maybe I can counteract it by pretending to be like, oh, well, what's going on here? Let me call Dan. Let me call the kids to see if they're okay. There's just a lot of, like, thinking that you have to do, and criming is hard. Don't be criming. Hi, Midnight Grave. How are you doing today?
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was headed.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So
here's a more direct route from her house here, to Mosaic, which closed down, by the way, rip Mosaic. But on her way there, she could have gone to any other place that sells liquor. Florida is one of those awesome states, just like California, where if you want to buy liquor, you can just buy liquor at grocery stores and other places, CVS. It doesn't have to be at the state liquor store. Because I used to live in a different state where if you want to buy liquor, you had to go to the ABC liquor store. However, if you're like in other states, you can get it at CVS, you can get it at grocery stores, blah, 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 blah. But yeah.
at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would, and this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about...
The video that I posted yesterday where the officer was testifying about being at the roadblock, I also put up the map there showing that Wendi took a really convoluted route to go to get liquor instead of a direct route. Wendi should have made another excuse for going down there, but of course she doesn't make any stops on the way. But man, she should have went to like a Walmart or something, or maybe like a store down there that's only down there and not anywhere else. Like maybe buying a birthday gift at a boutique that's only near the Dan Markel house. But no, Wendi was just nosy. Wendi wanted to see if Dan Markel was shot or not. Wendi wanted to see it for herself. I don't know. Wendi, why did you go down there? Why? Utah's that way too. I mean, honestly, I'm not quite much of a drinker anymore. I guess it's good to restrict people buying liquor and alcohol and stuff and make it harder for them. I mean, I'm not much of a drinker anymore. But man, when I was like in my 20s, I was like, I love this state. Like Florida, you know, California, you could buy your liquor, you can buy your alcohol, wherever you want. You can go to the grocery store, you can go to CVS, Walmart. I loved it when I was younger. Now I don't drink so much, I don't really care.
9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go.
She was told to get bullet bourbon nitros. Bullet bourbon. Bullet bourbon. I used to drink Bullet bourbon. Okay, it ain't nothing special. It's great. It's great bourbon, but it's not anything special in terms of you can get it anywhere, anywhere. It wasn't like she was getting a, I don't know, like Hibiki 12, Yamazaki 18 or something, that this liquor store was the only one in the area they had it. She went to get a Bullet bourbon, which you can get at any liquor store. But maybe Wendy's going to be like, oh, I actually called Publix, and Publix said that they were out of Bullet bourbon.
Go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Martell's home.
Correct.
Oops, sorry.
As the most efficient route, we can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Martell's home.
Correct.
Hey, Subliminal, no you. All right, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. A little too excited. I will be right back. Give me about a minute, True. Corgi knows her liquor. I have a funny story about some of the liquor stuff. That's why they were like on the top of my head. But we'll save it for a different day. They're not that funny, I guess. All right. So today they're going to be on a very long lunch break. So we're going to have all the time to catch up. After this, they're going to sidebar for a little bit because, or not sidebar, they're going to go on a little mini break because one of the jurors raised their hand up. They had to use the bathroom. I'm like, man, this court is so nice. That's how it is in Pennsylvania too. State liquor stores only. Wine and beer in grocery stores. Yeah, I wonder if it's a more like a East Coast / Midwest area thing, maybe. Finland's kind of like that. We have one store which has the Monopoly, basic beer, and cider, etc. You can get your grocery store around 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. Did you guys also have that rule where you cannot buy alcohol on Sundays? Where I went to college, and it sucked for me because we wanted to drink on Sundays sometimes. When I went to where I went to college, Sundays you were not allowed to purchase alcohol. It was like, no, kind of like the Chick-fil-A thing, right? Trying to eat Chick-fil-A on a Sunday. Did I say Monday? Sunday, right? I said Sunday. Like Chick-fil-A, trying to eat Chick-fil-A on a Sunday, and then you're like, oh, they're closed. All right, I mean, good for the workers having off on Sundays. Amazing. All right, now we catch up.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Catherine Magbanwa's cell phone.
Damn, Donna getting all these cable knit sweaters. I actually like that color. It's a pretty color.
Consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanwa and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication, with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Catherine Magbanwa communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does, and again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration, and then Ms. Magbanua calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Catherine Magbanua's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes, and again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of.
In South Carolina. Oh, Myrtle Beach. I want to go back to Myrtle Beach. We went to Myrtle Beach when we were kids. It's actually pretty, right? Is it near Clear? No, wait. Clearwater is Florida. Clearwater's pretty. I think Myrtle Beach was pretty too. Compared to Ocean City. Compared to Ocean City, anything was prettier.
Of this is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud and the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, you're still at work? Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson responds, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Catherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with the call that Wendi Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
Charlie?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, call us ASAP.
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Miami, South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here.
Anything's better and prettier than Ocean City. I mean, I have fond memories of Ocean City. That was like our go-to beach. But yeah, Ocean City, like, oh God, it was so nasty and ugly. It's the grayest beach ever. The sand is gray. The beach is gray.
On this slide through about 8:29 p.m.
Just gray.
And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m., again in the North Miami area, and then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendi Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson,
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m., and their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanua's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanua arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, Jack calls for speculation.
Overruled, he may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched for these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is it possible for given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call, and this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263, and it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone call, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 10:53. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points, and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence. We have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again,
How do you think Donna's going to explain this to Charlie? Or not Charlie, to the jury?
using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 10:53 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was an hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her an hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take an hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately an hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including
Donna is like smiling a little bit over there. She's looking at the jury. I wonder if she's seeing if the jury is absorbing this, if they're nodding off, they're taking furious notes.
the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving in after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence, and that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the points of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes.
And on the same date, July 18th?
Correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes.
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
It was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32. It was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markell, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Meg Banois' phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not. They did not reach the phone. Yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10-20 something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming southbound from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Catherine Meg-Banois' statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markell's murder, and the next
Hi, Rain. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Liquor stores are closed on Sunday in Myrtle Beach, but you can buy it at grocery stores or restaurants. Oh, really? Excellent question.
morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to Rivera's? Spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markell's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to Rivera's, the area of Rivera's residence.
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th, and we see those events that we saw on the map, consistent with her travel south, she is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that, at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanwa's calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20, so we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Magbanwa gets a call from Luis Rivera, from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanwa communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does, again, try to get hold of Mr. Garcia, but all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Yes, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stating to establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration, so his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanwa at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanwa's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Catherine Magbanwa's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later?
Correct.
All right, and is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascara's residence.
Okay, thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right, switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us, so we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that, to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination, and then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant?
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes, in certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized, and there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces, where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant,
I wish I could be on the jury, but they never pick me. One day you'll get it. One day.
are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Catherine McManus.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and McBanois' phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors.
Did they ever end up tapping Donna's phone? I don't think so, right? I know they started tapping Harvey's phone this year because there was some other shit that was happening.
Supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things, and we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and McBanois are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right, I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016, and what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
You bought a scanner? They have these apps that you can download. Police scanner stuff to get like into like people to get into like certain frequencies. But cell phones back in 95? Whew. I don't know anything about that. We were too busy watching scramble porn on cable.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendi Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Catherine McBanois at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later, but what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell break done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
I think they're going to go to break after this. I don't know why they took a long lunch break. I don't know, maybe this Sergeant Corbett, maybe he had like some scheduling stuff.
And I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case.
All right, they're going to take a super long lunch break. So we're going to start to get into the bump, the wiretap. They wiretap Charlie's phone. They wiretap Katie's phone. They've already gone over Donna stopping by Charlie's house, presumably to drop off money. Katie's going to say that, or Katie has already said that Donna came by, dropped the money. She was the one that washed the money that was used to pay the hitman. Now, remember, in the opening statement, was it opening statement? I think it was opening statement. I think they said that Donna did not pay the hitman. It was Charlie's money. It was Charlie's money that he had in his safe because he was known for having lots of cash in that safe of his. It was a refrigerator-side safe that had cash in it and had guns in it. Not only that, it was Charlie that directed Donna to write checks to Katie McBanois 2 years after Dan Markel was murdered, where she was getting $2,000 a month. But there was an employee that testified saying Katie didn't work there. Never saw Katie working there. Charlie's ex-girlfriend also said, yeah, Katie didn't work at Charlie's Dental Institute. So after the lunch break, they'll go into, oh, hi, Shiro, just barging into my room. Funny little dog. After the lunch, they'll go into the bump, and then hopefully the audio will be a lot easier to listen to, but I think they'll probably have a transcript following that as well. Oh boy, but we recapped the beginning of the trial, and oh, gosh, the more that we hear about Wendi, the more I just believe that Wendi's involved. Wendi. Like I said, she has to be watching these live streams right now. I don't know if Bitcoin was a big thing back then. 2014? Were people really using Bitcoin back then? Wasn't it like 2016, 17? I don't remember. What Charlie doesn't know, girlfriend's husband? Shocker. I used to sneak downstairs to watch porn in 4th grade. Oh my gosh. We had HBO Cinemax too. And I remember someone came over, like one of my mom's friends came over to sleep at our living room. And then my siblings and I were going through the living room TV history. And we saw that he purchased Lord of the G-Strings or something like that. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. So I'm going to always remember Lord of the G-Strings. All right, y'all. So Earlier, again, they continue with the direct testimony of Sergeant Corbett. He testified yesterday. Now, in today's testimony, he talked about Donna's emails about what went on during the first murder attempt on June 2nd, and how Donna was calling Charlie, Charlie was calling Katie, Katie was calling the hitman, how the hitman rented a car that could have been similar to Jeff's car. Jeff, again, is Wendi Adelson's boyfriend at the time, soon to be ex-boyfriend. They showed some cell site information with the hitman being near Dan Markel. Now, remember, they didn't kill Dan Markel because they actually lost Dan Markel. There's these text messages between Donna and Charlie about the birthday gift to Harvey. Again, the eldest son that distanced himself from the family, he testified that there was no birthday gift given to Harvey that year. There's an Evite sent by Donna Adelson, where Donna Adelson had already changed the last names of Wendi and her two boys. Instead of calling them Markel, she already changed it to Adelson. Then there's some Wendi stuff. Wendi texting Dan to make sure that he was in town between July 14 and July 18. And the important thing about those dates was July 15 was when the rental car was going to be rented by the hitman. And then July 18 would have been the murder on Dan Markel. And the state talks about how it was kind of weird that Wendi was texting this because on Wednesday, she already knew that she was going to get the boys. So why make sure that she can have the boys during July 14 to July 18? But maybe Wendi just wanted to have the boys for longer dates. I guess she can, if she ever, was ever prosecuted and testified later on, she can say that, I guess. Wendi cancels her cable before Dan Markel is murdered, days before. It's almost as if she was getting ready to move. There's some emails that Donna sends to Wendi about a TV repair. Again, this defense is going to keep pushing back, saying, oh, Harvey was the one that sent these emails, or Harvey was the one that, did these phone calls and stuff like that. We have Wendi giving the phone to law enforcement, and before she gives the phone to law enforcement, she deletes the TV repair in her calendar. And then not only that, she also deleted a text message that she, Wendi deleted text from Dan. Wendi deletes text from Dan. Oh, I think Wendi deletes a text message where she was like, family is basically telling her about the TV repair coming, and she's like, this is so sweet, or something like that. I don't know. She deletes like some text message before she gives it to law enforcement. Why would you delete it if the TV repair is nothing consequential? If the TV repair is just someone coming over to repair your TV. I don't know. A little bit weird. And then they go over Wendi's drive route, which we've talked about multiple times already, how Wendi drove by the crime scene after Dan Markel was shot, and she takes a really convoluted route to go to the liquor store and then go to where she was having her lunch. And then they started getting into Donna dropping off the money to Charlie so Charlie can give it to Katie and Katie can give it to the hitman. And they talked about the wiretapping of Charlie's and Katie's phone. And then they're going to get into the bump. So when they come back from the lunch break, they're going to talk about this bump. Again, this bump happened in 2016, 2 years after Dan Markel was murdered. By this point, the people that the state believes were involved had no reason to talk about Dan Markel. It's already been 2 years. So in order to generate conversation going so they can catch it on the wiretap, they decided to go up to Donna Adelson, have a undercover agent go up to Donna Adelson, give her an article that was printed of Dan Markel, and there was a phone number on there. Essentially, they were trying to blackmail her for $5,000. And so Donna's going to go to Charlie. Charlie's going to go to Katie. Katie's going to go to the baby daddy. Baby daddy decides to not call that phone number or something, and then it's going to work its way backwards again. So that's what we'll get into today, and I will see you guys then. I will see you guys in about 40 minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes, I think. Wait, right now it's 12:40, right? Yeah, 12:40. So I'll see you guys. When were they deleted? Back then, the Celebrate didn't show when these deletions happened, because if you were to Celebrate these phone now, I'm sure you can get the deletion date, but they were deleted by the time the phone was given to law enforcement and they did the Celebrate extraction. That's a really good body language analysis video on Wendi on YouTube. It had quite a few things even I miss, even if I was not an expert or anything, just saying. One G-string to roll them all. All right, y'all. So I will see you guys in about 40 minutes. Enjoy your breakfast or your lunch and get up, stretch. I'll see you guys soon. All right, we'll be back. Let's put in the image here. Hello, hello. Hi guys. All right, we're coming back. Sorry, I just had to deal with the dog really quick. Just give me 2 more minutes and then we will start with Sergeant Corbett's testimony. I'll be back. We are back. Court is back from having their really long lunch break, and we're going to continue with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett. He's going to get into the bump. Right. Let me catch up really quick. Let's see. Where are we at?
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Oh, really? I thought they were going to get into the bump. Wait, what? No, not yet. Maybe they'll call him back later. Let me see.
For the state.
Continue with the examination.
Let's see what happened after the lunch break. I'm a little confused. I was like, I thought they were going to go over the bump stuff. Maybe something happened in sidebar. How's everyone? Did you guys get lunch? Breakfast?
And at the conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
All right, if I could have a moment. I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zellman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adopted admission.
Your Honor,
Sorry, Mr.
State
Zellman.
versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about.
Yeah, Vietnamese food is delicious. What did you order at the Vietnamese restaurant? Did you get pho?
Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that the adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's law.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adopted admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adoptive admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise is stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
Right, sorry.
Be permitted as an adopted admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adoptive admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you're certain.
You're telling me Donna did not watch Charlie's testimony? You're telling me that? I mean, I guess there's no evidence of that, but I feel like she probably did.
Need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another concerning any.
Wait, wasn't she also calling him through the jailhouse calls throughout that time, though? And I'm sure she probably made statements saying that that made it seem like she watched the trial.
Statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise is stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
Oh no! Wait, so Donna Adelson made a statement saying that she essentially watched Charlie's trial or Charlie's testimony at trial. Oh boy! Look at the judge's eyes. He's like, can't lie to me. All right, we'll wait for the jury to come in.
Examination. Student, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Come on, cross-examination. By Mr. Zellman. Man, Mr. Zellman's having a tough time with this judge.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detour records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where.
I didn't watch the entirety of Charlie's trial, so I don't know if some of the stuff that I'm hearing about Wendi and Donna, if it's new to this case, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. Or if this was already something that was mentioned in Charlie's trial and it's not new.
On a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses or the network uses to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you asked, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area, and if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site, and you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
And so in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do
go
have it,
Lucky.
yes.
How's your day going? How's your summer? Or afternoon?
I want you to turn.
Morning for me still.
Let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Catherine Magdanoa?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis.
Man, I wonder if the jury is following along with the defense. I feel like they just had their lunch. Maybe they're energized. Maybe they're a little bit sleepy. But I don't know. I feel like it's just a little technical, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
What is she accused of? She's accused of orchestrating the murder of her former son-in-law. So her working with her son, Charlie, also working with her daughter, working with her daughter to get like his schedule and where he was going to be at. And then them working with this woman who hired her baby daddy and his best friend to do the actual hit on the former son-in-law.
There's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events and it creates multiple records, and some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number, so they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas.
Yeah, no worry, Ashton. So murder first degree, conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree, and then solicitation to commit murder first degree. Pretty serious charges.
Of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
So again, this is the pie chart. This is the pie chart. Sorry, 5th grade corgi's coming out. This is the Twitch is showing ads every 2 minutes. That should be incorrect. I only have ads set for once every like, what's like the minimum? Like once every hour or something. This is a pie chart showing that Charlie was calling Don and Harvey through their landline phone. So I guess before they were trying to orchestrate the murder, Charlie barely called the landline phone. However, when they were talking about the murder, he would call the landline phone more often because maybe he thought cell phones were most likely to be tapped than landline phones.
And same with... Have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
I hate the Twitch ads. They're so annoying, though. I don't like it. You get an ad when you're about to watch someone's channel. It's just like ads, 30 seconds, 2 minutes. I'm like, oh my gosh. Let me just get a preview to see what this person's doing, to see if I'm interested, and then I'll fucking... And then I will see if I want to stay or not.
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate?
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail, all of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records, could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
Okay. And so this does not account for that?
It does not.
I keep getting emails from American Girl. Who is buying American Girl dolls in my email? You know, those dolls are still really expensive. I think like a couple years ago, we went to the American Girl store because they have like a really cool cafe or whatever. Dude, the dolls are like $200 or something. Some dolls more expensive than others if they're like super exclusive.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with?
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone?
Correct.
Okay. Slide 116. Okay, looks like on this one there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBenowa, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts Catherine. This was an inbound that I don't believe was answered or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119.
Hey, next, how are you doing today? Just got here, been working. How does it look for Donna and Wendi? We're getting into all the digital evidence. They were going to get into the bump, and the wiretapping stuff, but I guess they're going to bring him back later on to do that. But for Wendi, I think it's looking worse and worse. Yeah, deleted calendar invitation, or deleted calendar events, a deleted text message of something that didn't seem to be important, her drive route. And then for Donna, they go through when Donna went to go drop off the money at Charlie's house, the phone, putting her at the location near Charlie's house. And again, that ties to Catherine McBanwell saying that Donna dropped off the money and that she washed the money and that Charlie told her that his mom was there earlier. And then Donna setting up the TV repair for Wendi. So it's like we're slowly, going through all the evidence. There's just so many people involved, so they had to make sure they cover the bases of all the people that are a part of this, like the hitman, Katie, Charlie, and then Wendi as well, and then Donna.
We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120?
Thanks, you too.
We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014?
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. And advance one. So during this 36 to 48-hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
We have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specifically as to Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd to June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second. I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is approximately 38 hours time period?
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
I wonder what they're going to try to say about the emails. So Wendi gets an email. Basically, it's a reminder that Harvey's birthday is coming up, and Donna has Wendy's name changed to Adelson and the boys as well. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if Wendi had already had her last name changed to Adelson at this point, or she was still a Markel. But the boys for sure were still Markel.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
Oh, is it going to be like, no? Because I feel like you would still need the first name and the last name. Maybe he's trying to say that Wendy's last name was already Adelson, and then when it selected her two children, it auto chose Adelson instead of Markel? I don't know.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
It seems like Donna was the one who was in charge of it then.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Not looking good, defense.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amount.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. And you testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids.
How long has this case dragged out? Too long. It's been 11 years since Dan Markel was murdered. Too long. The boys were 3 and 5, and now they're like teenagers. I feel like I've seen other true crime cases around the exact motive. Ex-spouses won't accept the consequences of shared parental rights, and they want to move the kids far away from their ex. Yeah.
Beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry.
Guys, murder is not the answer, okay? Murder ain't the answer. Leslie, do you live in Florida?
Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed. by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool. But we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. A phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so, what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
Oh, California.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes. Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
Is he going to try to say that Wendi deleted stuff? That's why there's less data?
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you. What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are, as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
Specific
seconds.
for this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically, in your field, best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Oh, is this what we're getting to with Wendy's phone extraction?
Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so, if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter, and then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter, would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
Okay. And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls, and as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
This is a strategy that I actually see a lot of defense attorneys do, where it's like investigators will, pull data from some device, and then the defense attorney would be like, well, isn't there another device that has more information? Wouldn't it be better to work with more information than less information? So it's kind of interesting to see this strategy used in different trials, copy pasted. Now, I initially thought he was trying to go after Wendy's phone extraction by saying that, oh, well, Wendy's phone had less stuff on it because maybe she was deleting shit off of there. But no, it's like a completely different direction. Pretty cool. Hey, maybe she had LASIK eye surgery recently and she's really sensitive to the light. She looks like me at pickleball or something. Or I feel like she's gonna like tilt her glasses down and start lasering the entire courtroom. X-Men style.
I believe you had moved to slide 210.
Is it a Florida thing?
Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where, after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Okay.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
I mean, it still shows like a connection. Wendi calls Charlie. Charlie tries to call Donna, and it doesn't connect. I don't know if it really helps the defense that much. And that 18-minute call with Charlie, the state was trying to say that before the 18-minute call with Charlie, Wendi was fighting with Dan Markel about him, dropping off the boys a little bit later than their agreed time or something like that. Or was that what it was? Yeah, because he wanted to take them swimming. Wendi was fighting it, and then after she talks to Charlie, maybe Charlie tells her, hey, Dan Markel's going to die today. And then she's like, oh, well, I guess I don't have to argue with Dan Markel anymore because it's not like it matters.
I believe, if you go to slide 272.
272.
May have gotten the slide wrong. If you'd back up a couple of slides, please. So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized.
The defense, they're trying. They're trying. They have a lot to go up against. And also, the state has been on this for many more years than they have. And they've also had more practice with the other people that were convicted. They're trying. They've been on the case for less than a year. But so far, I just haven't really had any major wow moments for the defense. Like, wow, that was a good point. Oh, man, you really turned that around. It's just been kind of just like, la, 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 la. And then maybe, Jackie did a really awesome job with cross-examining Wendi. But again, not like, I wasn't thinking like, oh my God, dude, that's like so bad for Wendi and great for Donna. It was just like, wow, that's really bad for Wendi. Donna's still sucked into it. Yeah, they're just trying to get as nick at it, get as much as they can, just little by little by little. But again, not a lot of like wow major moments, jaw dropping, like oh my goodness, that was fucking crazy.
Evidence and testimony in the questioning.
Because sometimes when we're watching trial, when you go between direct cross examination, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, it's like a ping pong match. You're just like watching back and forth, and it's like riveting. This one's just kind of like, woo, state is dropping a lot of stuff. And the defense goes, short. Oh, okay, all right, that was all right, you know. And then again, state would go again. You're like, boom.
The last
They're trying.
connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8.
I'm actually surprised that the defense didn't go harder at Jeff Lacoste, though, because I thought maybe they're going to try to paint Jeff Lacoste as a bitter ex-boyfriend who's just trying to set up Wendi. You know, even though Wendy's not their client, still, you want to try to discredit the witness and get the jury to not like the witness or find this witness to be maybe bitter, someone that has other ulterior motives, perhaps. But I just felt like they didn't really go hard at Jeff Lacoste at all. It was just like they went after Wendi, you know, saying that, oh, by the way, like, tell us more about the TV at Wendy's house. Oh yeah, Wendi made us watch made us watch a movie on a broken TV for some reason. The kids were complaining about it. You know, I sort of complained, but I didn't want to say anything to step on her toes. And there was a perfectly fine TV in the other room, and she wouldn't let us watch TV on that one. So I don't know. I was kind of I thought they would go after Jeff Lacoste more.
8:35, correct?
Dude, listen, I dissociate so much too.
For
I feel you.
8:59 for location, like location that we would use.
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message,
That's correct.
and that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud,
That is correct.
and you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so, probably important to point out, some of these are chats, so they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud, and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Lacoste comes through as an honest, caring individual. He does. I think he came on the stand, and I felt like he was very passionate about everything that he was testifying to. I think the defense should have tried to just chip at him in any way, but maybe the defense's strategy was maybe Jeff Lacoste would have been seen as someone that was very likable by the jury, so maybe they didn't want to get to the jury's bad side by accidentally trying to, you know, go after Jeff Lacoste, and they were just going to focus on making Wendi look bad. I guess that's another strategy too. Yeah, I guess so. I thought they were going to go more hard at Jeff Lacoste and make him seem like he was like, you know, bitter guy. Can't trust him. This guy's just talking out of his ass because he's pissed that Wendi broke up with him or something like that, you know?
Where you drove?
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the...
You think he's a strange guy and a drama king? I mean, I'd be a drama queen too if I thought someone was trying to frame me for someone's murder. And then also, you know, if I was being strung along for months on end because maybe later on they were going to try to set me up for the murder of someone's ex, yeah, I would be like, I'd be a drama king too.
Area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically...
But it is kind of interesting to see how he is just as animated as he was during those police interviews. Was it 11 years later? Yeah, 11 years later.
Look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there have been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it's been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, the drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corby, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory?
There goes the accusation.
Establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way.
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No, tell us what is a retention period?
I'm sorry, a retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year, and after 1 year they purge that data. It could be 2 years, could be 10 years, but that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
So, as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHSMV to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
So is the argument going to be, I wasn't taking Charlie's exit. I only took Charlie's exit because there was a crash or there was construction work. 95 was shut down, and that's the only reason why I got off this exit. It wasn't because I was trying to go to Charlie's house. I was just trying to, find a detour. Is that what Donna going to testify to?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike in its entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And there's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
70s? 70s? It's only been 11 years or less. Mr. Zalman, don't you dare call this guy in his 70s, okay? He's looking good. Why are we asking about his age? I'm sorry.
Now, have you ever been on the highway and got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide, or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the Turnpike is not in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
Okay. And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in as stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done, and let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Can you see the drive route again? Hilton Garden Inn. Thank you for asking, honey. We have it on MapQuest. Oh my God, MapQuest. MapQuest. Hilton Inn, International Drive.
Was anything done, and let me ask this differently.
Who remembers MapQuest?
Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Oh, that's why he's asking for his age during his time. Okay. To show that he was younger than Donna and Harvey. I don't just by like a couple years. If he was 55, Donna was like what, in her mid 60s around? Early mid 60s? I mean, what is that, like 7, 8 years? I guess he's trying to say that like, oh, you were so much younger. You could have driven faster. Maybe you could have seen the road signs better. Maybe you didn't need as much brakes. That's where he was going.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Corbett, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Do the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of... And did you do this drive?
Sorry, let me go back just a tiny bit.
Yes, sir. Do the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of... And did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025?
Oh, did I miss that? He did it on 2025? 2025? Why? Oh, gosh. That's 11 years later.
5 depot.
There was a question. As to who raised it, I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped? on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that right?
Correct.
Oh no, Donna, don't go up there and testify and try to say that on the stand, because if you say that, the jury's going to think that you're lying. They don't want, oh God, people don't like it when they think you're a fool.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
Before
those two.
before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive, from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014?
As close as I could get.
And did you say in the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller. And all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Thanks, sir.
Will this Very well. Please call your next witness.
Long testimony for him. Good job, Sergeant Corbett. Oh, man. So, again, the defense trying to say that, oh, you don't know who sent out these invites? Well, there's an email that Donna said that I sent my invites. Did it work or something like that? And then it was also with defense saying that, well, how do you know that Donna entered these contacts in? It's because Donna sent an email to Evite and said that she entered the invitees as contacts. Well, how did you know that Donna went to Charlie's house? Because Donna texted Charlie saying, I'm outside. And then Charlie gives her an ETA. Like, oh my goodness.
Based on his former employment as a witness that we've asked the camera not display his face. So I would ask for an instruction on that.
Ooh, is this going to be an FBI agent? Someone's going to testify and we can't see their face.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement.
Oh, this is the guy that does the undercover bump, maybe? Wait a second. I thought we have seen his face before.
Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
And we have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
What is this, witness number 18? You're good? You played a game called Contrast? Is it a horror game? What kind of game is it? I wonder what we're going to be staring at while the testimony happens. Maybe we'll just... Oh, maybe they'll just put the camera on Donna? The Nopranos? Are there any horror games coming out for this year? Anyone know? All right, witness number 18. Short recess. All right, I'm going to get up and stretch. I will be back. Short little recess. Oh, platform games are so hard. Torture! Why are you torturing yourself? You have to jump in and out of shadows. You're helping a little girl. Oh, that sounds cute. Is it a new game that came out? Oh, God, my back hurts so much. Okay, I'm going to do some stretches. My back hurts. Ugh.
Just one moment. For the gallery, once again, just as a reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court
This case on April 19th of 2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So my role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
We
What does
good?
bump mean?
All right, y'all, come on back. Come on back. Come on back. New tab. Witness number 18. Undercover. FBI agent. Bump operation. Sarah! Hi, Sarah. How are you? Oh, doing some work? Wow, inside intel. Give me a second. I'm going to give Cheryl a little snacky. Yeah. Okay, doggy needs a little snacky. How is everyone? All right, y'all, we're continuing with day 4. They had a little mini break. They're getting the undercover agent to come in. He's going to testify. Because he's an undercover agent, we are not going to show his face. Although, I could have sworn we saw his face on the undercover camera. Or did they blur his face out? I feel like I've seen his face before, but maybe not. You're getting notifications of coverage. I'm glad I'm home today. Yay! Uninterrupted watch. Let's go. We also did recap videos as well. If you guys don't have time to watch an 8.5-hour trial, I've tried to recap it for you. We'll see how long that lasts. All right, y'all. Witness number 18, FBI undercover agent who initiated the bump designed to generate chatter between the suspects. So we're in 2016. He's going to go up to Donna and he's going to hand Donna a piece of paper. All right, let's do this.
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation, and what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire, or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires,
Tickle the wire. It sounds kind of kinky. Does that have headphones on because she can't hear well? I guess so, because I thought she had headphones on so she could listen to the sidebar without having to get up and be in shackles for the jury to see. But because she just leaves it on, I'm assuming it's for the rest of the trial. Maybe there's microphone input from the courtroom going to her ears.
when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right, so you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami,
Just leave the camera on Donna.
somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83.
Okay.
Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
This is it, yes.
Okay. Judge, I've asked to introduce States 83.
Okay. States 83 is in the.
Right, Sarah? It's almost like, shouldn't you know better? Seriously, I really love cases against older people. I think culturally think older people are wise, kind, but oftentimes they're just bad people who got old. It's weirdly fascinating to watch. She was just very obsessive, and she just wanted to win over Dan Markel. Keep in mind, she was in her, 60s when this was happening? She's in her 70s right now.
Okay, so it's a standard age.
Some people grow up, entitled, and they think they can get away with everything because they have money, influence, power. It's arrogant.
All right. Regular piece of paper.
Yes.
Okay. With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes, just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000 which was being asked for.
Okay. And this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Great.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone, so I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay. But if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, State's 112, Your Honor.
Objection.
Really good.
States 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you State's 117. Are those your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on State's Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, State's 117, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
States 117 is admitted.
And State's 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number, is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered?
That was
Agreed?
answered, yeah. Correct.
Okay, there were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Cool, short, straight to the point. La 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 la.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang?
The reason why Jackie is cross-examining about this is because they were arguing in motion in limine where they wanted to mention Rivera's affiliation with the Latin King gang, especially him being at the top of the ladder of it. And the reason why they wanted to do that was because they wanted to be able to have Donna testified that she was scared that he was part of the Latin Kings and that the guy that approached him was a gang member. And because of that, that's why she didn't go to law enforcement. Although, it's my opinion that he doesn't ever mention what affiliation gang he was in. I don't think he even talked about what gang he was in. I don't know if she even knows that Rivera was in a gang, unless Charlie told her. But again, you know, when you have time to think about it and time to build your defenses, you know, you could just come up with these stories on the fly after the fact. So I think that's why Jackie's going to bring it up. We'll see how he testifies because right now the judge has not allowed the defense to bring up Rivera being a part of the Latin King. But, you know, maybe the judge will change his mind depending on how this guy answers.
Gang member.
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her. But
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
no, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button-down open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
The fuck? He wasn't trying to hit on her. Come on now. He was doing the bump, not trying to bump uglies with her.
The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are? Okay.
Jackie, why are you asking these questions? Jackie trying to hit on the guy who's testifying right now. Jackie, what are you doing over there?
Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking
Objection, relevance.
care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera,
Correct.
and he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of
Donna not amused. Donna's like, Jackie, stop thirsting. Chill out.
Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said $5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper
I
and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay. She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay. And that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter, I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence. So.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. But you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes,
didn't
I
you?
did call.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
Correct.
And
Correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy, and you
He actually doesn't sound like law enforcement right now, but when he was doing the bump operation, I was like, dude, this guy talks like he's a fucking law enforcement agent. Come on now. But as he's testifying right now, he just sounds like a normal dude.
and you haven't heard back from her and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were...
What? She didn't pull the Wendi and say, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear. I'm cutting up. Hang up. Remember, Georgia was trying to say that Wendi was faking having bad cell reception when the investigator called her within 48 hours of Dan Markel's murder?
We're looking for.
Or
correct?
shooting, sorry. Within 48 hours of the shooting, I think.
Okay. And so you call the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the, and then it doesn't say now, or I'm going after the 100K. Right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody else.
Sure, it's more aggressive.
It's so funny how the text is so aggressive, but the guy that's testifying in the stand just sounds like a good old guy, you know, really polite. It's not like he's texting. He's like, I'm just being told to text this. Jeez, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
And you talked to him,
I did.
right?
Is it recorded? I don't remember. It should be, right?
And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But
no,
basically, you don't
listen.
get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No,
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
no, he did not.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, how come they're not showing the bump footage to the jury through this guy? Are they gonna have someone else? Are they gonna call Corbett back to testify or someone else to testify about this? Because I think they should show the bump footage, right? And show the paper that he gave to Donna. Are we doing that through other witnesses? Ugh.
And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call through another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person, I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from it. She didn't say, if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
We'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No,
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
she did.
Because she was bluffing.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markell.
She did.
Take your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
So we're going to watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down.
What?
Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
What's up with that question?
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newland's State Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
I hope the people in the gallery are behaving because there was an undercover person who requested not be on camera that testified in Lori Vallow's trial, and there were people in the gallery that were trying to take pictures of him. Don't do that.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
Bronstein. Witness number 19. I don't know if I even have these numbers correct. I think they're correct. Louis Bronster.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
special agent with the FBI.
All right. And did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the Undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Catherine McVanoa?
Yes.
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
Just make sure they're all fair and accurate.
Yes.
Thanks, Nova
At
Cat.
this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140 are moved.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138. Publishing 139.
Katie and Charlie. Oh my god, that sound is so scary. What is that sound? Is that like a freight train that's going by the courtroom? Jeez. I thought I was having an earthquake or something. I could hear it like shaking and rattling in my ears.
Publishing 140. When you entered the restaurant, how close to the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
I'd say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at
Hey,
the
Manny.
next table.
So, yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table, so just estimating, based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right, and did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right, so you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did
But I
you
can-
understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they're having a conversation with each other. They're paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Sarah says, I suddenly need to be investigated by the FBI. Why, Sarah? Tell us more. Oh, I missed it earlier. Just look at the screen for the first time in a few minutes. Mr. Bronstein, what a cutie.
And
If I ever meet Mr. Bronstein because he's investigating me, don't worry, Sarah, I got you. Hey, Subliminal, how are you doing today? They're running the life support for Donna. Oh, God. I think I have my bass turned up, so whenever that sound happens, my body and my eardrums are like just like vibrates.
have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation?
Oh, if you're in our Discord, post your crochet projects on there. I don't know. I want to start crocheting. I haven't yet. I bought this little kit to try it out, but I need inspiration. I want to start crocheting. It seems really fun.
From that day?
Yes.
Okay, and are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? Case 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify?
You know what he kind of looks like because of the hair, though? You guys ever seen Silicon Valley? Remember Guilfoyle? He had like the long, dark hair, the facial hair, but he was wearing glasses and has like a very intense, like serious, like I'm not amused look. Like kind of like a grumpy cat look. Yeah, the Woobles. That's what I got. And then I saw they have a Woobles Corgi kit now. I'm like, no! And also a Woobles Lord of the Rings kit.
Verify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise. Would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
All right, so the purpose of him being here is just to say that, hey, I'm the one that did the wiretap stuff, and I guess the wiretap will come in afterwards.
You may step down.
Sorry, I'm
Call.
sorry, Sarah. Mr. Bronstein only here for 5 minutes.
By the party. You are released.
Bye,
call your
Mr.
next
Bronstein. Dude, Mr. Bronstein's getting the fuck out of there. No smiles from Mr. Bronstein today. You make a lot of clothes? Oh my gosh. This sounds great. I want to make doggo clothes. Although I think it'll be a little too hot for my corgis though. But maybe a little bandana or a scarf. Like I have further questions like how you doing? How you doing? Bronstein's gone. If I see a high quality photo of Mr. Bronstein from one of the reporters, you know, they might take some nice pictures of him. I'll send him over your way. Which channel should I post it in? Share pics?
Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Share pics,
Do you
second
swear
category?
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, McElveen.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for.
Oh, I think he's the one that gets Charlie arrested because they were sitting on that Dolce Vita audio for a while, and it wasn't until FBI had some sort of like new technology to make the audio better so they could actually understand what the fuck was being said. Maybe he's the guy.
For audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work?
Tell your
that you did
fiance
in
we said
this
hi.
case Specifically.
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time, I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering,
Electrical engineering and forensics.
electrical
Audio forensics.
engineering, and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to avoid the written evidence?
Not on the subject.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some
Yes, this is the guy. And in my opinion, as an older woman, this is hot.
work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you?
I usually try to label, but I'm usually really bad at updating it. So I think I'm more on it this time around. But usually it's like not updated and it's a crap show. He's giving me Keanu Reeves vibes, more buttoned up. I mean, he is rocking the Keanu Reeves long hair vibes, yeah.
You published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay. Were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio-video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay. And were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right. And in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the...
Okay, I can see a little bit of Eric Clapton, you know, if he has the facial hair, the glasses. I can see a bit of that.
the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant, and busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing, and a television. So
poor Mr. James. It sounds like a nightmare to sift through all that.
it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you use to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the kind of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence, and you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, States Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right. And did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review States Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay. So everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say that the transcript is accurate.
That was Ms. Magdaleno's part, Your Honor.
She is already authenticated as a part of the testimony.
No objection.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
I will say though, when she authenticated it, it was kind of just like done. Like, it's possible that you could have missed it. I remember it, but it's possible that he could have missed it. There was no like build up to it, and then there was no like ending afterwards. It was just like, okay, well, you heard the audio. Okay, you And that's your voice? All right. And then you saw the transcript? Okay. And that was like kind of it. It was like really short questions about it. So poor Mr. Zellman if you missed it.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right. And were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay. And does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay. And has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133, also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge. That's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Bruce Greenwood? Him?
Cross-examination.
Just briefly,
Gary
Your Honor.
Oldman? You know, I can see a little bit of Gary Oldman. A little bit. I'm not familiar with Bruce Greenwood, though. Where is he from?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, with respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the State Attorney's Office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
That's what you-
we didn't touch anything, but just basically saved the original, the processed audio that we did and the original video, and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendi Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that?
Correct.
Just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
I wonder how Donna found Zellman and Jackie. Do you think like recommendations from
You may
friends?
step down, sir. Will you be recalled by either party?
Not from State, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
Bye, Mr. James. All right, on to witness number 21. Forever 21. He looks very very American to me, like he would be the president in a rom-com. Who's that guy? Do you guys remember the dad from Casper? Doesn't he always usually play as a president in a lot of movies? But kind of like a goofy one? You know what I'm talking about? The dad from Casper, he wears glasses. That's a lot of witnesses. Yep. Unusually white teeth with a tan.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
Oh, he was the president of Independence Day. Yes, he was. Wasn't he also the president in some other movie? Disney movie, maybe?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
It almost looked like what they call now a man bag, or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger-style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Muffled, probably?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson, so I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are, and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement, or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them, correct?
That's what I was thinking, because I was like, okay, if you're going to sit next to someone at the sushi bar, were there other seats that could have been available that's more spaced out? But honestly, I don't think it's that bad for him to put a bag between them. However, maybe there's plenty of other spaces at the bar that he could have sat at. And it was just really weird that he would choose to sit next to Harvey.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, States Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I never reviewed it.
All right, move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
Objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, Your Honor.
All right, lots of witnesses that worked on this bump. Just got to get the roll though before we can actually listen and watch some of the materials. Witness number 22. Who's next?
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, S-A-N-F-O-R-D. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment.
I think this is the guy that's going to sum
Were
everything
you asked
together.
to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case.
Wait, actually, give me a second. As a Florida resident, can confirm all the older white men in West Palm and Miami are overly tan and have perfect teeth. A bit of an overgeneralization. It's kind of like an old man uniform. Lamau. I mean, the more tan you are, I guess the more contrast it is with your white teeth. Oh, okay. Sorry. They said sushi, and I was like, wait, I forgot I have leftover rolls in my fridge. So I'm gonna leave it on my desk so it can warm up a little bit. I don't like eating cold sushi. Hopefully I won't get food poisoning, right? Should be fine. All right, Pat, what we got?
There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy.
It's like Ross from from Friends, both Teeth episode and Tan episode together. I've actually never really watched Friends. I don't know. As an adult, I'm like, should I check it out? I've never seen it. Everyone always talks about it. Especially growing up, everyone always like referenced it.
Retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay. If I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds right or not? September 30th of 2016?
Yes.
All right. And the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
That's correct.
Okay. And in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there...
Hey, Hype Unicorn, how are you doing today? It really depends on where you are. Yeah, the fat American stereotype is definitely a thing. Depends on where you visit, I would say.
Anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred.
Especially if you ever go to like European countries and then you come to America. Because when I went to Italy, I was like, oh my God, everyone here is so thin. In shape. And then when I came back to America, it was very different. Or like if you go to Japan and then you come back here. Yeah, it depends on where you're coming from, I guess, if you compare.
Him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius. And it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually...
Garcia just sounds like the greatest hitman ever. Not only did he shoot a hole through the rental car that he was using to murder Dan Markel, he also had a citation within like, what, 20 minutes of renting the car? Oh, God.
Fix the vehicle to get it running again.
I kind of wanted to testify.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
Yes, agreed. Food portions are different too. American portions are huge. Dude, it is fucking crazy in here because you can always take it for to go and then you'll have leftovers 2 times, 3 times maybe, depending how big it is. I like it. I like the Japanese way or the Italian way where it's like the portions are small and the price is cheaper, way cheaper. But I prefer smaller portions, especially when you're eating at a restaurant. That way you can order more dishes, you know, and you don't feel like you're just eating one big dish and it's like what, $20 for an entree, $25, maybe even more than that. But yeah, I really like smaller portions in other countries. It's just so heavy here. Good morning. Did people in Japan trip out with your accent, Corgi? No? I don't know. Like Japanese people are used to Americans visiting.
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos?
Probably to them, I don't look Japanese anyway, so they're probably like, you American as fuck.
The vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview.
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time it has to move into evidence states 48 through 52.
An objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Published.
How's work? Are you at work today?
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams
Who was the car sold to?
of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color you could still kind of tell was the previous?
Oh, to AAA. Emergency services. Oh, man. I was like, how reliable is this car? Especially when... Who knows if Garcia's a good repair person? Because he was the one that repaired the gas line. Was his car reliable?
Color.
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right, State's Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpeting.
The hole was still there in carpet, correct.
Published in 651. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
State's Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just close up.
Can't see. The portion sizes shocked me when I visited America. I thought it was a joke people told us growing up. No, our portions are huge, dude. So huge. And then also, I feel so bad for people that live in countries where the income level is very different because, man, if you were to travel to America, that's a lot of money that you're spending on. Flight is going to be very expensive. And by the time you get here, our food is expensive, our drink is expensive, and then you're expected to tip, 15, 20%. Although I would say most foreigners who come here probably just ignore the tip thing, to be honest. But it's expensive, dude. It's like crazy. Because when I go to other countries like Thailand, Japan, or Italy, I'm like, wow, this is so cheap. This is amazing. But yeah, it's like crazy. It's like the shock must be wild. Hotel, travel, gas. I don't know how you guys, I don't know how people do it.
Make it any better.
It's almost not even worth it coming to America.
So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it?
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of...
Oh my God. And Disney's so expensive. My friend was telling me she's planning a Disney trip. The tickets are so expensive. The hotel stays are so expensive. Disney is so expensive. What happened for Disney? Are you going to California Disney or are you going to Florida Disney? Because Florida Disney is... I went there as a kid. It was great. I want to go back sometime though. Why are the photos so bright? Because they're trying to flashbang us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Markell was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markell did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? There was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markell was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. I'm in trouble. You need to speak up a little bit louder, Special Agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanwell.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
All right. And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay. And are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually, State's Exhibit 99, are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
Oh, really? Clothes in the US are more cheaper than in Amsterdam? Interesting. When I went to Europe, clothes were way cheaper over there. It was amazing. And then there was also like the no tax thing. It was awesome.
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 99.
Any objection? States 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013?
She should have just bought the house and continued living her lives, sharing custody with Dan Markell.
You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Catherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed call... I'm sorry, what? Oh, gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay. And specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right. And
is Dave still alive? Does anyone know? Is Dave okay?
Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendy?
That's correct.
All right. Managing Wendy?
Correct.
Permission to publish at this time, call 989, Your Honor. And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts. Computer. We have no power, so we're requesting a recess.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. Bail for this court to adjourn.
I like the rides at Universal better, but I like the experience of Disney. Like, I like walking around. I don't like Disney rides. These rides sucks. Well, there was a Star Wars ride that's actually pretty cool in California. That one's really awesome. It's really immersive, and I don't even like Star Wars. But yeah, I like the Disney treatment because employees are so much cooler, but Universal, I just prefer that more. Way more. The rides at Disney they suck, dude. Like the California one, the rides are so janky. You get on it, your back hurts, your neck hurt, dude, and it's like, oh my god. This poor guy having to be involved in Woody's dating life. He knows too much. Man, lots of bricks today.
Everyone can be seated. So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
Seems like the judge is amused. Are they fixing something? Yeah, it's easier when you're streaming. Oh boy. So did they take a break because something happened to their equipment and they're taking a little break? All right, I have 2 pieces left. I don't feel like eating it. I don't know. I like eating sushi, but just like in small portions. Afterwards, it just starts getting slimier and slimier. How are you guys? Not the first time someone got involved in Wendy's dating life. I can't believe that. You know, honestly, I wonder if Wendi, because I don't think she's remarried or anything like that. I wonder if Wendi was dating some dudes and then they realized like what the family was getting into. And they're like, oh, actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ghost you. Bye. And then just dip out because, you know, they don't want to be next just in case anything goes down between the two of them. I love the immersive Star Wars ride too. So well made. Yeah, it's called the Rebellion or something like that. Or I don't know what it's called, but it's so cool. You walk around and there's like guards that tell you where to go, but they're also yelling at you because you're supposed to be the prisoner. Yeah, that was really cool. I wonder if Funny Sex is watching the trial and thinking how he escaped death. Someone low-key Funny Sex for me. This feels messy. I guess they're just gonna blast the jury with the all the digital evidence all at once, like the wiretap stuff, the footage. I hope it's clear so we can listen to it. Mm-hmm. That'd be funny if we had some of Donna's like sexting for Wendi. Donna's like, Wendi, I got this. I have 30 years of experience with your father. Okay, I got the sexting portion done. I got you. All right, I'll be right back. I ran out of water. Court should be back soon. Soon. I guess I'll take my trash. Oh, I didn't finish my protein drink. What? Oh, I didn't show you guys my Annabelle bucket. All right, for those of you guys who are superstitious, just look away for a second, okay? Don't let Annabelle look into your soul. You might get sleep paralysis tonight. Isn't she a cutie? Look how cute she is. I'm so happy. They have a movie promotion right now at Regal movie theaters. Look at how cute she is. She's fucking adorable. It's actually really good quality. Look at that. She's so cute. This is her little legs is cradling the bucket. Look at that. Isn't she so cute? I love her. Look how small her head is. I love her. This is my new daughter. You got the friggers? Oh, I think I saw that one. Yeah. I'm usually not a popcorn bucket person because I actually don't like popcorn. But popcorn buckets are actually really cool. I don't know. I might start collecting them. I got a Chucky popcorn bucket that I got from Universal, and he's like the cutest thing ever. I use him as decoration for my shelf. And now, I got Annabelle, my daughter. So cute. She comes with a bucket for the sacrificial blood. That's a lot of blood. And she's adorable. I gotta put her somewhere around here. That way, y'all can see her. Let's see, is there anywhere I can... I don't think I could... You can kind of see her. It's hard to see her. Wah! Oh, you have the It Clan bucket? Isn't there? Yes, dude. Okay, so there's 2 Annabelle buckets, right, for popcorn? This one, which is amazing, you eat it from the bucket. And then they got another Annabelle bucket where you're eating out of her ass. I'm like, dude, who the fuck? Who thought of this? Why would anyone eat popcorn from Annabelle's ass? That's a little too kinky for me. I'm like, I don't know about that. Let me see if I can look it up really quick. Annabelle popcorn bucket. Is that Annabelle on the seal of Florida? No. Oh, this one. Dude, this one looks so ugly and cheap. This one's from Walmart. Hold on. Popcorn bucket. Oh my god, this one. It's so creepy looking. Wait, it literally says the Annabelle popcorn bucket that lets you eat from her butt. I don't know why they did this. It's not even cute. Look at her eyes. It looks cheap. It looks plasticky, and look, her eyes like she's like definitely on some drugs or something like that. I don't know what is up with it. This is Wendi Adelson testifying yesterday with the blue eyes. Have I seen the It Baby feel so real? No. What is that? That sounds extra creepy. Don't let us see Donna. Oh, court's back. Okay, guys, sorry. No more fucking around. Court's back, court's back.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that.
Alright, Judge says everyone be seated.
Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit
Fun's over.
85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected.
I had a clown tell me there's no such thing as Santa when I was 5. Not a fan. Ugh. Listen, I was that one person. I had a friend that was my best friend, and I told her that Santa didn't exist. But I wasn't trying to shatter her dreams, was I? I felt like I was telling her as like a heads up, like, hey, dude, we've been lied to. Santa doesn't fucking exist. And she's like, what? And she went to go to her parents, and like, oh my God, it's like a whole big thing. I felt so bad. I don't know. Maybe I told her just because I was evil. I like to think I wasn't being evil.
Calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline, and mostly it's chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing.
That's correct.
It just has fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99.
That's correct.
Right. Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
It's 85.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
What, Nicole? No? You're talking about down there? That's Donna. Court TV thumbnail. Adorbs, I know, right, Midnight?
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary?
That was Matt Rife? Where? Oh, on the Instagram page?
We're about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number. And there's an accompanying volume control in the front here, so my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the
That's
call
fine.
along.
For that, use your notepads still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
By the way, why are audiobooks so expensive? Jesus. They're so fucking expensive. So for example, I usually have a routine of how I fall asleep, and I just happen to have an what's it called? Oh, like a Libby for Harry Potter book. And so now I'm kind of stuck into the Harry Potter books to fall asleep to. And I need the 6th book, which is the Half-Blood Prince. I went on Amazon to get the audiobook. Dude, it was like, I think it was like $36 or $28 or something like that. I was like, what the fuck? Why is it so expensive? Because you can get the actual physical book for, I think, $11. But man, audiobooks are so expensive. But I wonder if they were purposely pricing it to be very expensive because they want you to buy the Audible credits. Anyways, I don't know. That's like, I was like so shocked last night at how expensive Audible books are, or whatever it is.
All right, start publishing.
Sorry, just ranting.
I think they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? Right?
What's? I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Properly, so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah.
Oh, I love it when people are so jolly in the
You want to be
courtroom.
left in the dark.
How are you? Good. Just got off of work. Oh boy. Yeah, I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
I think I'm going to bump up the audio just a little bit. Oh, they have a transcript that follows along with this. Great. All right, guys, let me know if the audio is good for you guys.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you? I actually am working tomorrow. Oh, I know. And then I was off Monday. Yeah, that's true. That's right. That's fine. I don't care.
Good?
Yeah. Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yes, I love Libby, but here's the thing with Libby. What I do is like I borrow a bunch of books, and there's usually like a 3-4 months wait list for these books, and I usually cycle through them. But the issue is that if I'm using a book to fall asleep to, then it takes more than a month for me to finish the book, and then it usually has to cycle back in. And because Harry Potter has been my routine for falling asleep to, like pretty peacefully, I just want to stick with Harry Potter for a little bit. So that's why I'm like, oh, I guess I'll just buy the book. But then I'm like, oh my fucking God, it's like $30. But then that's how I got sucked into buying Audible credits. I think that's what they do. They do it on purpose. They make it expensive. That way you can be forced to buy Audible. Because I think Amazon, they own Audible now. I'm like, dude, is it normally $30 for Audible? I don't know. For the audiobook, sorry.
Let's go to 8 minutes and 56 seconds.
But yeah, your sister's awesome. Give her a hug.
Because I'm in that demographic of guy that wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you could have told her secret model at 37. I'm not asking for her to be.
Oh God, this is where he calls Wendi a Victoria's Secret model. No, I don't read it. I just like, I listen to the story and I fall asleep. So before it was with the Fellowship of the Ring, but because I took more than a month to finish the book cycled back into Libby, and then I had to wait a couple weeks for the book to become available. And then usually by then, Lord of the Rings might not work for me to fall asleep to anymore. I don't know. It's like, I don't know, I have like sleep issues. So once I find something that works, I try to stick to it for a while until it doesn't work anymore. And then I'll switch to something else and something else and something else. Do you have like free credits pre-month? the free credit wouldn't work because they said I already ran out of credits, and then I tried setting up for an Audible account, and they're like, "Oh, you're not a new member." they get you hooked, and then they jack up the price. Hey, Callie. Or is it Caleb?
So how unusual a guy can be. Of course. I have done. I know. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them. Purposely do the opposite. And she's going to screw her life because they're incapable of never doing their infinity enough to do. What's that? There's not going to be enough. No. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery.
So for those of you guys who are just listening, I would recommend looking at the screen because they do have the transcript up. It's really hard for me to hear, and I have earbuds in. This is the phone call where Donna and Charlie are talking about how they don't want Wendi to break up with this guy named Dave. Dave is the guy that she was dating after, I guess, like, Dan Markel and Jeff Lacasse. I don't know, man. These people are just trying to control her. They just want charge of her life. It's fucking weird.
What do you twice? Even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is that's what she needs to do. You understand what I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendi, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendi,
Charlie would talk like this, like a little fucking creep.
You don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is. But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with David because she's there with her clean experience there. I know. But it opens it to you. Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendi differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendi, in a million years I would have dated a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendi, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So, all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends. Don't tell her that she deserved the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome. Yeah. That's cool. Only someone like him who's got to who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them. Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You ever look at the odds at that crazy mom lived on the other street? The lawyer. Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife.
It's kind of funny to hear Charlie talk about some other guy who has a crazy mom that lives across the street. Excuse me, your mom is fucking crazy, dude. You're fucking crazy. You guys are both fucking batshit.
Yeah. I told you about that, right? Yeah. So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp. Football player. Yeah. He took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3
had her.
So I guess they don't think that Wendi can do any better or find someone better because Wendi does have children, and to other men, that could be seen as a burden.
Pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
All right, but we're going to sort of
But it
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise, and then the conversation will pick back up.
All right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's say a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if suits that one. Yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're more than somebody else.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, with my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday?
Here's the thing, Charlie. Not every guy is you. There's so many different types of people out there. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay.
And Donna's just like, she's just too dumb to even, I don't know, she's too in love with her son to even call her son out on like some of the stupid shit he's saying. He's just like rambling on and on and on. How is she not rolling her eyes at this?
I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendi, it's Wendi and the three boys. It's three people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say. I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is this because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and I don't know if she's got her hints or something on that.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch. She is. But they're not.
She has everyone telling her she's such a great catch. She is, but they're not. Guess what? They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's,
But guess what?
They're not living her life.
Would you consider Wendi Adelson a great catch if she had baggage like this? This family member controlling her? I mean, beyond the looks, yeah, Wendy's pretty. She's beautiful. But beyond the looks, there's more to that. Like what happened to Dan Markel? I'm sorry, but Wendy's not really the catch that you guys think she is because she's also tied to you guys. She also agreed, I think, to have her ex-husband murdered.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out, too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but
yeah.
Crazy about his beliefs. And he's actually truth, and that's what.
That's why. Not because the truth is, she can meet a great guy. Those aren't his boys. She just doesn't like him. What is she going to do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
Tolerate the kids. We'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. But right now, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
I think you need to know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's thrown it away. She's not only thrown it away for herself, she's thrown it away for the kids that deserve it, Dad.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Well, you can. It was the same.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can just tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If I if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try.
I would try. You fuck it up good. I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you
I
can.
know, Charlie,
So-
believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like
You know what?
her.
She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can
I
tell you
really am. And I
No.
appreciate what you do, because
I go.
who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, "Hey, wake up"? You know, this is not the purpose of our community. It's God to be doing. Thank God.
Well, listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like
I know.
to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
And that's what.
Who is this Dave guy and why is he so special? I want to know more about Dave. I wonder how Wendi met Dave or if Donna set them up too.
Good. And I can over here, and you going like, wake up, wake up.
Trust me, I'm buff. Believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this.
They over here talking about smacking Wendi in the head, punching her in the head.
So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendi, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendi, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess still wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, what? What's it about?
Sorry, give me 1 second. I think I got a package. I got to bring it in. Give me a second. Sorry, I was just making sure no one steals my package or tries to poop on it. Okay, where are we at? So we'll talk about this Dave guy, right? Wendi.
So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markell's murder.
That's correct.
And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Attell. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendy to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well?
Correct. She does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
I hope Dave is alive and well today.
But as much as you can from these people. Sounds.
Sorry, okay. Can y'all listen? Can y'all hear these phone calls?
As much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything. But I would take the course. The course is, you could do the course in 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, like, yeah, but I'm not even like, thinking about that like, right now. Like, I still, you know, my account is being running to it, like, sort of like, yeah.
Is this 2873?
Yeah, this is wrong. I was like, why are we listening to Katie talk about her passion is medical
We'll
field?
come back to that one. Sorry.
My passion is being in the medical field and helping people, and also helping people get murdered as well.
Folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation. We had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitman. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Sorry, not with the Adelsons, but the hit that he that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Catherine McManua, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
All right, let's get to the bump.
Black Torch. What is it?
Oh, damn. Donna looking like that. You know the 90s water cup? Dude, what do you call this again? I don't know if there's a name for them, but it's like those white cups with the blue splash and then the purple on there. You guys know what I'm talking about? It kind of looks like the print.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get back.
Oh, this right here. Boom. Doesn't that look like Donna's outfit? The jazz design.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen.
Ew. You're scared.
No, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Luto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want
I'm surprised they didn't blur his face out.
to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And Does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Here comes a TV code word.
Okay. Tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
She thought that she was being sued, but she said no.
Okay, so, I mean, I can have to figure out something. Depends how late you'll be, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and about the traffic over there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's I can't. Is it IRS?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And
Is Wendy doing that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and
What is it? Is that health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Well, maybe they can come home. Maybe we can get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's harder to talk to me today.
Or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah. Oh really?
I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier, but not coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork sent from?
I see that, that's great. It was something that came hand to hand to me. I exited the building today.
Is it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous.
She said it's not anonymous, it's not anonymous. I don't want to discuss it over the phone.
I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah, I know. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow after the day off?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay? So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down after that, I think I'll do and see if it's
That would be great.
perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Would you just... Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says to both of us,
Probably both of us, probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. She said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to, at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
This is where she says the TV is probably about 5.
Good. Is it not paying the fund tax?
No.
Okay. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea that you went.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in the lower bracket.
Okay. Do you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's, you know, it's like
All right, Charlie's just talking like insurance shit.
stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. If they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I'm
I'll do
looking
that
at
now.
do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
No, they're trying to speak in code, but it's like so janky. I want to read the bad reviews at the Adelson Institute.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in. Sometimes there are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So,
So I'm not being sued.
no.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably not.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. You know, if someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfect if I had the day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner, I'm going to have to give you a little. That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this? Look, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money to go and see what I can hear. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you? Is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's always a good possibility.
She says that's always a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there? I don't know what blackmail is.
a little bit. Is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all.
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the camera picture wouldn't leave to about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this? Can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know.
I know, it's so funny. She's like trying not to say anything over the phone. She's trying to be very vague, and then Charlie just keeps asking questions. It's like, at this point, wouldn't you just be like, let's not talk about this over the phone? I mean, it's not like the murder happened 10 years ago and you're clueless as to what it could be about. I feel like you probably have a general idea what it is about. Jeez. Oh, wrong camera. Hello.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Did it have a? Do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But let's walk in. Either. I would like to. I have to try to get you today. I will definitely. I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them to not know how to be going to
Is it, so you need whoever sent you a letter sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
And did they sign it?
She said it's not really anonymous, and she's going to answer it's hand-delivered honey.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I said was.
Just hang up.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and they were right, and I put past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boys this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Katie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay right here. I'll work on the computer and then finish it, okay? Yeah, amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
We can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and when we say we're worried. I don't think it's a good idea for the girls to say we want to go so. You know? All right.
Why wouldn't it be a good idea for Wendi to know that they took the boys to go see Uncle Charlie? Hey, Ben.
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone hands you a letter like that. That I know.
Usually better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpreted. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
They're still talking. He's still asking questions.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
No, it was just a copy of the article. It's not written in the letter. that was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
You know, I don't think we should.
I mean, it's kind of thing, if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me,
I don't think that's a good idea.
well, I don't mean it's, people threaten, you gotta go to the police, but let me talk, let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first. It won't be the first time I've been threatened. But.
Yeah, I'd like you to just see it, see what you think.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
Fisher, go to the Fisherman, right here, right up here. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm going to play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, I'll come down and see you.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right, if it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm thinking to do.
So, all right, sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right,
Rough, y'all. Rough.
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
But it's like so half-assed. There's code words, and then there's like, you're sort of using code words, but then you're also saying what's happening, and then you're being very vague and being very weird about it. Like, she needs to go back and watch Casino or something, because when they were using code words, they were so much more smoother.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows
Or Goodfellas. I think they were using a lot of code words in Goodfellas.
who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says, at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Nope. Does she reiterate in this call, no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3 o'clock, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave a really bad Yelp review. I don't know how to wink smoothly, okay? That was a little rough.
All right, publish call C, please.
Quick question for you.
Yeah, it's like she's trying so hard to put in effort into it and then sound casual, but it's like she's constipated. I don't know. Because she's trying to be very careful with what words she uses.
Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing.
Oh, because if you're trying to conceal yourself and maybe you're an undercover agent, you'll be wearing a hat and glasses so they can't tell who you look like.
Describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry? Or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
And they have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
Right.
So
that's why you just want.
Hey, man, vampires, they got to do work inside their coffin during the daytime, all right?
See, because I don't want, not your father upset. So.
Don't say anything to Dad until I take a look at it, because Dad flies off there.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
Was it a tall guy in the trench coat that's actually 3 short guys on top of each other? Oh, this is where Donna completely blows it. The TV is probably about 5. Fucking Donna. Fucking Donna.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. It's clear what's wanted.
What is it, kind of exactly what do they ask for?
You know, I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Wouldn't you be like, what TV are you talking about? Why would a TV cost $5,000? That's really expensive for a TV.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I
mentioned, you know, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Good. How are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it, and then I'll go from there.
Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look.
Damn, man. Donna handling business while her grandchildren are there.
And then I'll
if you want to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon and I'll take a look at whatever.
We'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's going to be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
All right, so this call, Charlie says, obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? His approach.
All right, they're going to sidebar for a little bit. I think they all gather together in a corner somewhere, huddling. What are they talking about? You think they talking shit about Donna?
Objection is over with your examination.
I think objection overruled. I heard him say, oh.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, we didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
What was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when Undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendi Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Well, please clarify your questions. It's kind of been so it's clear as context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend to Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
He has a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet?
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Catherine McManlin.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
All right, who's going to do a better job at speaking in code words, Charlie or Donna, you think? So now Charlie's going to call Katie, and let's see if he tries to speak in code.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, like, you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk to me now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. Alright, leave it on. Alright. Somebody. Hang on, okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on. But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story. And I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate. But she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is in reference to. But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a patient or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about.
Something involving the IRS or the patient suing. I wonder if they've been doing some dodgy shit with the taxes, or if something happened with some patient drama stuff.
At all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I guess Bob didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But
like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
or something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, right?
Right.
You like that.
I said, yeah, you're fake the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just wanted to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
Was Lucas stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's about. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
Look what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know.
No, but I feel sorry for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
know. A person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called me.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, just I should have had the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it's anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
Why not doing me? Yeah, like
I don't know.
Girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assume that.
Oh, but there's a reason why he's calling her out of all the thousands of ex-girlfriends that he's had before. It's because she did something for him.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does,
was sure about your mom. Like, who the hell did she? I thought that was me with the right conversation right away. Like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing hat, glasses? Mom's like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me, they spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in the 30s, no hat, no glasses, just a white male in the 30s, came up there and who she was, addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other hack, but anyway.
Yeah, did you have any fight with him right over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
Thanks,
no,
Dayflower.
Yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it was they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
Alright, what time to finish work?
Thank you. Alright, let me know.
What time to finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
It's so sad to hear her talking what I'm assuming is her children in the background. Whew, because she's about to lose her kids real soon.
Okay.
I think within the next couple of months.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there as well.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
Alright. No worries, kiddo.
Alright.
Alright, have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Catherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it was about him.
That's what appears correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Catherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. And they walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's. And there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant, that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
So if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil
Did Donna take off her headphones?
Or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson?
Maybe she took the headphones off because she doesn't need the headphones. Maybe it was all a ruse.
And the defendant.
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There's no audio.
Were you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to interview State Statement 3.
Any objection?
If Dan Markel had gotten wind of this entire scheme, I'm sure he would have told someone. Oh, Donna and Charlie.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
They were having a secret love affair. Duh. That should be their explanation.
All right. Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening. At this point, once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness.
8:30? That's how early they were reporting? I thought they were coming in at 9 o'clock.
We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good
Oh, early start tomorrow. Yuck. How do you think Donna's feeling? She's watching the jury as they walk out. You think she's feeling good about herself? You think she's got a chance? You think she's done for?
For the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on for the end of the day.
Very well.
Oh, she's hoping to get all of her witnesses by the end of tomorrow? Okay.
Party need to be heard before we go into recess.
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kaplan not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of question that we're getting to.
Well, one of my objections was is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're reading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kaplan could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call, and that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court and the state in the morning.
Yeah, so I guess Jackie's trying to say that it's not fair because there's the audio, there's a transcript, and it's highlighted. And then Georgia Kappelman is reiterating it again when she's asking questions on direct. And she's trying to say that, oh, well, Georgia Kappelman's trying to testify. But the judge is saying that, well, it's already entered into evidence. She can say it. She can ask questions about it.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
How is it not fair? That's 4 different types of reinforcement. Audio, transcript, highlights, Georgia repeating it. The judge says it's fair game. Well, I feel like the judge is sort of keeping a straight face, but he kind of makes these like little micro facial expressions where you know when he's about to be in a good mood, you know when he's kind of annoyed, and you know when he's about to ask you, what the fuck, y'all? What's going on? Get your shit together. Or step down because I've already ruled. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so if you guys are not caught up with day 1 or day 2, we have recaps of those on the YouTube channel. Day 2 was split into 2 videos. So we had the emails, we had Wendi, and then we had the brother, Robert Adelson, Dr. Robert Adelson, and law enforcement who testified because he was at the roadblock where he saw Wendi pull up in her van at Dan Markell's crime scene, and then she got the fuck out of there. For day 3, I think the recap should be out today, and then I'll work on day 4. So if Georgia Kappelman is correct in saying that they will be done by the end of tomorrow, which I feel like they flew by so quickly. I don't know, man. I don't know what I think about these like flyby trials. I think it's great for us because you're just straight to the point. But I don't know. I feel like for the jury, sometimes you need to hammer things over and over and over again and move really, really slowly. Because it's a lot of information that you're absorbing. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. I guess maybe tomorrow, or maybe at the end of tomorrow, or the beginning of the day after that. Maybe that's when Donna testifies. Maybe. Georgia's been doing a lot of things that I was, for example, what was Georgia doing again? Georgia was... leading questions, and it wasn't during cross-examination. She was doing a lot of leading and direct examination, and I was like, is the defense going to object? Maybe they don't care to because they think the questions that she's asking are like inconsequential, but I don't know, man. I felt like there was a lot of leading going on, And there's no objection, so I don't know. Oh, Laura. Yes. Maybe Charlie tomorrow. Maybe Charlie. Maybe Charlie will testify tomorrow. All right, y'all. Well, geez, I'll do a little mini recap. So today was a lot of digital stuff, tying Wendi Adelson, Donna Adelson to the orchestration into the murder of Dan Markel. So they went through the digital evidence with the cell phone data. Again, went over the emails again, some of the text messages between Donna, the family members, the hitman, Catherine McBanwa. Oh God, it's a lot. There's also continuing testimony about Donna and setting out the evites. And again, the defense, I don't know what they're planning, man, because a lot of the stuff that they are saying that Donna didn't do, well, Donna ends up doing something later on that shows that Donna either knew about a certain thing or that Donna participated in a certain thing. And for the defense to try to convince the jury that no, she didn't do it, but then later on it's been proven wrong, I don't know, that just doesn't look good for the jury. I would say that would make the jury mistrust the defense even more. And especially if Donna's going to go up there and testify and continue to lie on the stand when evidence proves otherwise, it's not a good look. It really isn't. They talk about the route that Donna took to pick up Wendi. On the way there, it seems like she took a 1-hour detour. And the state believes that 1-hour detour was a drop of money to Charlie Adelson so he could pay Katie and the hitman. However, Donna's trying to say that, like, oh, I didn't go to Charlie's house. What do you mean? Well, there's a text message from Donna saying, I'm here. And Charlie gives her an ETA of when he's going to be to the house, when he's going to get to the house. I don't know, kind of some interesting stuff. We also had a bunch of federal agents who testified, again, just trying to get the evidence in. We had the undercover agent who did the bump, again, who went up to Donna, gave her the piece of paper with Dan Markel's article and a phone number on there, seemingly trying to blackmail her and try to get Charlie and her to start generating some conversation about their plan to have Dan Markel murdered. There's other federal agents, for example, some of you guys who were in love with Louis Bronstein. He testified very shortly. I think he did the wiretap of the meeting between Charlie and Katie. There's a forensic scientist, James McElveen, who enhanced the audio. There was a Brian Kendall, FBI special agent. He was the one that tried to record some audio between Harvey and Charlie at the sushi restaurant, but then he was made. They thought it was something suspicious going on, and I guess there's no further conversation or something like that. There's a Patrick Sanford who located the Prius that the hitman rented, and they were able to verify that there was a gunshot through the floorboard. Then they talked about the audios that they recorded between Donna and Charlie. For example, one of the audios was about Charlie saying that Wendy's a Victoria's Secret model, 37 years old, 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model, something about women being low mileage, high mileage, baggage, you know, your typical Chad talk, I guess. And they wanted Wendi to stay with this guy named Dave. This was after Dan Markel, after Jeff Lacoste, and they felt like Wendi finally found someone that was worthy to Donna, and she didn't want Wendi to wake up with him. I think Wendi was thinking about it. Again, really trying to control Wendy's life, her love life especially. They showed the bump video of the undercover agent going up to Donna. There's also an audio of Donna calling Charlie after she, you know, receives this blackmail letter. And she's trying to be smart. She's trying to be coy and speak in code terms, but it's just really bad. She's like, I don't want to talk about it over the phone. And then dumbass Charlie keeps asking more and more questions about it. And so she's like divulging slowly. And she like uses code words like, oh, that bad Yelp review, you know? And Charlie's like, well, just because someone writes a bad Yelp review saying you're a bad doctor, it don't mean you're a bad doctor. Like, that's just how cheesy it is, okay? That's just how cheesy it is. There's more phone calls again with Charlie and Donna, and Charlie calls Donna back again, and then they talk about, oh, maybe if it's a threat, you should call the police. And, you know, Donna doesn't really want to do that. And then Donna says that she doesn't want to talk about this over the phone. I wonder why. There's another phone call recorded that's recorded, and Charlie was like saying, hey, like, you know, if you're going to talk about this, don't come over to my place and talk about it. I guess he's afraid that they might wiretap his apartment. And then he asks, okay, well, the person that came up to you, were they white? Were they Hispanic? Were they black? And Donna's like, white. Later on in the conversation, she finally drops a major bomb code word where she says, well, the TV is probably about $5,000. They talk about how, Donna finally tells Charlie that an ex-girlfriend was mentioned. She doesn't mention who, though. Just say that it was the ex-girl that was mentioned. So what does Charlie do after he hangs up this phone call? He calls Katie McManuel. And Katie wasn't the most recent ex-girlfriend. He's had lots of ex-girlfriends in between. And Katie even says that in the phone call, saying like, oh, you have like thousands of ex-girlfriends. Why me? Why me? So this is where Charlie tells Katie that someone approached my mom on the street and then hands her something regarding her son, his ex-girlfriend, and the person is asking for money. Now, again, they don't want to drop anything else on this phone call, and they decide to meet up in person and talk. And he actually does meet up with Donna in person at the beach where they can talk secludedly and no one's around them. So that's it for trial day number 4. Lots of digital evidence stuff. I will do a recap video. And yeah, what is Grok? Oh, it's on Twitter. Grok is like the AI Twitter thing. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Be on the lookout for the recap videos. Some of the videos are already out right now if you guys haven't already seen it. I appreciate you guys being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully we get Charlie Adelson's testimony and then maybe Donna either late afternoon tomorrow or the day after that when the defense decides to present their side of the case. So, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for keeping me busy. I'm going to get started so I can go to bed early again. And yeah, I'm very tired. But I'm glad I slept in today because yesterday I was like a fucking zombie, dude. Grok is Taxi's girlfriend. I hear she a cutie. I know, Midnight Grave, shut up. I know, don't remind me. I know, it's so early. I will not be starting the same time as they are. What I usually do is I usually just like catch up as I'm getting ready and then I'll stream, I'll recap it for you guys, and then we'll catch up with the live stream. Okay, we'll just do that. I don't know who Gronk is. Who's Gronk? See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Be on the lookout on the videos, and all right, guys, bye.